as well as you can blow it yourself. And for those who are on the American persuasion, we blow our trumpets and blow them hard. If you are of the English persuasion, they will tell you, do not blow your own trumpet. So that battle continues. In the American persuasion, we blow it hard, we call it marketing. And I don't know that there is anyone who is as good at marketing as the Americans are. And the South Africans try, but the Americans are very, very good at it. So, good morning. In a few, we will get ourselves started. If you want anything, please just put up your hand, I'll give it to you, as long as what you want is not money. Good morning.
Mother Earth has blessed us with love and breathtaking beauty. Showing her resilience and durability while birthing the magical cotton plant. Where Nightill Textile derives your elegant garments and fabrics with to enjoy the finest beers, as is the tradition in Uganda. We share stories and enjoy those moments of togetherness. At Uganda Breweries Limited, we have a story to tell too. It is one of passion, mastery, and dedication. This is the backstory of your favorite beer. This is a grain-to-glass story. The beer-making process starts with sourcing the right raw materials from farmers. The materials are then subjected to Diageo quality standard checks so that only the finest material is chosen to create Uganda's finest beers. The approved raw materials are then stored in silos, awaiting processing. Once fermented to the required specification, The fermented beer is sent to filtration to produce the ready for packaging final product, which is called bright beer. The bright beer, once approved, goes into the filler to be bottled. The bottles also go through a journey of their own to ensure that only clean and usable bottles are used to contain the beer. From logistics, reusable empty bottles are collected, stacked in pallets, then unpacked to go to the crate and bottle washers. The bottles are then inspected for any defects to ensure that they are clean to the acceptable standards before they are sent to the filler and crowned with your favorite beer inside. Once again, quality control kicks in as the filled bottles are inspected to ensure that they are not underfilled, overfilled, or uncrowned. The full and crowned beer is then sent to the pasteurizer, and the pasteurized beer is sent to the labeler, where correct branding labels are slapped on the bottles before they are sent to the packer. From the packer, the bottled beer cases are sent to the palletizer and dispatched to logistics warehouse. And just like that, the finest beers in Uganda make their way to your favorite bar or retail store so you can get your hands on them and savor quality. Cotton gathered from all regions, coming with a collective Ugandan spirit. When we get together to enjoy the finest beers, as is the tradition in Uganda, we share stories and enjoy those moments of togetherness. At Uganda Breweries Limited, we have a story to tell too. It is one of passion, mastery, and dedication. This is the backstory of your favorite beer. This is a grain to glass story. The beer making process starts with sourcing the right raw materials from farmers. The materials are then subjected to Diageo quality standard checks so that only the finest material is chosen to create Uganda's finest beers. The approved raw materials are then stored in silos awaiting processing. Once fermented to the required specification, the fermented beer is sent to filtration to produce the ready for packaging final product, which is called bright beer. The bright beer, once approved, goes into the filler to be bottled. The bottles also go through a journey of their own to ensure that only clean and usable bottles are used to contain the beer. From logistics, reusable empty bottles are collected, stacked in pallets, then unpacked to go to the crate and bottle washers. The bottles are then inspected for any defects to ensure that they are clean to the acceptable standards before they are sent to the filler and crowned with your favorite beer inside. Once again, quality control kicks in as the filled bottles are inspected to ensure that they are not underfilled, overfilled, or uncrowned. The full and crowned beer is then sent to the pasteurizer, and the pasteurized beer is sent to the labeler, where correct branding labels are slapped on the bottles before they are sent to the packer. From the packer, the bottled beer cases are sent to the palletizer and dispatched to logistics warehouse. And just like that, the finest beers in Uganda make their way to your favorite bar or retail store so you can get your hands on them and savor quality. Mother Earth, our home. For eternity, Mother Earth has blessed us with love and breathtaking beauty. Showing her resilience and durability while birthing the magical cotton plant. Where Nitile Textile derives your elegant garments and fabrics with cotton gathered from all regions, coming with a collective Ugandan spirit. The roots of Nitile are woven into Ugandan pride and culture. Founded in 1953, Nitile covers 144 acres with 66,000 square meters of built-up area and sits on the same soils as the great and majestic River Nile.
Nitile was established in 1953 by Calico Printers of United Kingdom. It was taken over by the Uganda government under the Uganda Development Corporation. When we took over the plant in 1996, it was a closed plant with all dilapidated machinery. We started a very challenging long journey to revive the plant. With grace of God, workers' enthusiasm, government, bankers and customer support, we have completed 25 years of a very long journey.
The story of Nitile is an extraordinary story of persistence, hard work, excellence, and trust. The management of Nitile, with vast experience in the textile industry spanning decades, has overseen an enormous transformation from an entity on the verge of collapse to a thriving modern facility with the latest technologies.
We have a production capacity of more than 15 million meters per annum. And the process, we have invested over 40 million US dollars. We are proud to have a very vibrant industry employing more than 2,500 workforce. We produce shirting, shitting, suitings, knitwear and knitted garments. We are committed to continue further development of the company under leadership of Mr. Mithun Jabalputra.
Nitile is the innovative leader in its space, creating some of the most finest and durable fabrics in East and Central Africa. Since we took over the management, our key motto has been to continuously keep doing product improvement and product innovation. Our investment towards high-tech
When we get together to enjoy the finest beers, as is the tradition in Uganda, we share stories and enjoy those moments of togetherness. At Uganda Breweries Limited, we have a story to tell too. It is one of passion, mastery, and this is the backstory of your favorite beer. This glass story. The beer making process starts with sourcing the right raw materials from farmers. The materials are then subjected to Diageo quality standard checks so that only the finest material is chosen to create Uganda's finest beers. The approved raw materials are then stored in silos awaiting processing. Once fermented to the required specification, the fermented beer is sent to filtration to produce the ready for packaging final product, which is called bright beer. The bright beer, once approved, goes into the filler to be bottled. The bottles also go clean and usable bottles are used to contain the beer. From logistics, reusable empty bottles are collected, stacked in pallets, then unpacked to go to the crate and bottle washers. The bottles are then inspected for any defects to ensure that they are clean to the acceptable standards before they are sent to the filler and crowned with your favorite beer inside. Once again, quality control kicks in as the filled bottles are inspected to ensure that they are not underfilled, overfilled, or uncrowned. The full and crowned beer is then sent to the pasteurizer, and the pasteurized beer is sent to the labeler, where correct branding labels are slapped on the bottles before they are sent to the packer. From the packer, the bottled beer cases are sent to the palletizer and dispatched to logistics warehouse. And Just like that, the finest beers in Uganda make their way to your favorite bar or retail store so you can get your hands on them and savor quality.
Institutionalization
Welcome to the Uganda Trade Portal.
who I was asking how I can improve that friendship. The person told me before I go very far in cementing that friendship, they advised me to make some more money. So I am on that as I work on improving that friendship. I do also know that we have quite a number of persons. The industrialists here, where are they? The industrialists are here, those who are part of what is going to be celebrated today. If you're here, please stand up in unison. The industrialists who are here. Fantastic, fantastic. Those are the ones who help roll the engine of this particular nation. We also do have attendance from those who are partnering with us in development. I do know that there are quite a number in that direction. If they're around, I will certainly ask that you also give them a very big hand clap. Those of you partnering with us, we normally call them development partners. Are they here? If they are, just stand up if you may. Just stand up if you may. If you don't mind. Even if you mind, please stand. Don't worry. It will be fine. Good. So that's basically who we are. Are there also some villagers who just happen to come by? Okay, fine. Anybody from Bwaise? Okay, good, good. They are on their way coming. There's somebody from Bwaise? From Bujenje. That's it's a village. Okay. Somewhere in Kalewe? Masindi. Masindi is now very big because of oil, isn't it? The biggest export from Masindi, I'm told, is Mildred to Haise. Okay. Mildred to Haise, because I work with her. Absolutely. So we will get very much into the opening remarks, but just before we do, we will place ourselves in the hands of God, and the Right Reverend Bishop Enid Baraba will be on duty as far as prayer is concerned. The Right Reverend, you're more welcome.
Thank you for baptizing me, Samson. May we all humble ourselves. Father God, this morning, and to as we all bringing all of us to this room, that you lead us today in all prayers and actions during this event. Fill this room with courage to do what pleases you, Father. Continue to thank for every person here in this continent, all the challenges faced during the pandemic, never gave up. And as our nation works to battle the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, we offer a prayer of thanksgiving for those in their creative ways chased their passion and walked on the water with you, Lord. As we begin these activities in this room, we pray that you bless our leaders present here, all the leaders of our country, our dear president and his family, the leaders of this world over, that they may continue to seek your face as you move your hand over them with protection and mercy. Father God, you know all the desires of each one's heart. We put everything in your hands today and always, trusting and believing in thy mighty name, we pray. Amen.
The good thing about prayer is that it is not a substitute to hard work. It actually works very well with hard work. That's the reason we pray. then eat. We don't pray that we will be satisfied, then walk away from food. And I think that is something that the president has been putting across very well, that prayer should go with hard work. And I believe as he does, in having dominion over the things we do. And that's why I have made a huge effort in having dominion over news anchoring. And I will continue this morning to have dominion over this microphone. But for now, I will lend it to a lady that became my friend from just watching her resilience, her tenacity, and hard work. And if I want to be very specific here, you don't become the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives unless you're a girl born in Uganda, but not just a girl, but an exceptional girl who has taken education very seriously and beaten boys into the process, and also gone on to scale the big ones. Ladies and gentlemen, we kick off this morning with a resilient, hardworking child of this nation, Madame, or should I be saying Baroness Geraldine Sally. Give her a big hand clap. There won't be sanitizer here yet because I'm certified fine.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have to do my protocols very well. Our chief guest is not yet arrived, but in absentia, I would like to recognize Honorable Kasule Lumumba. She's on her way to join us. Minister of State for Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Honorable Francis Mwebesa. Minister of Health, Honorable Hanifa Kawoya. Minister of State for Trade and Industries, Minister in charge of Industries, Honorable Bahati David. My permanent secretary is in the room if there are any. I haven't seen any, but I had invited a few. Representatives of our development partners, GGI, Green Global Institute, UNIDO, our development partners in UMA, our agencies, our private sector members from the industry sector, especially UBL, our industrialists, sugar, cement, manufacturing, you name it, members of the civil society, members of the academia, members of the media fraternity, all protocols observed, and you're very welcome today. The Industrial Day is a very big thing for us because we are the champions of industry within government of Uganda and private sector for Uganda. This day is supposed to be celebrated across the world and commemorated across the world, usually on the 20th of November. But because we had other functions, we decided to put it today on the 29th. And today we recognize Africa Industrialization Day simply because it is a driver of economic growth in a country and across the globe, across Africa, and across the whole world. Now, in 1989, the Organization of African Unity concluded the 25th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and stated and announced the day of the 20th of November every year to be celebrated for industry. As Africans, we have come a very long way because we didn't understand what industrialization was, especially in the eyes of our colonial leaders. We only understood to grow and be the agriculturalists in the back end. We produced, we were the laborers, we were the tractors. we were never at the forefront. We didn't know about value chains. We didn't know about entrepreneurship, about business, about industry. But with time, we have come a long way because at independence, Uganda only had 23 factories. Today, sorry, in 1986, when the current government took over, we had 80 factories. And that also included UBL. And then today, in 2022, post-COVID, with the resilience of Uganda, with the resilience of our government, the resilience of private sector in partnership with all the people who are doing the resource deployment, Uganda has got over 8,600 factories. And we are still going. And we are hoping that the SMEs, the MSMEs, which we have, there are over 34,000 MSMEs in Uganda. And we are hoping that those MSMEs in the next 5 to 10 years will double that number if we keep doing what we are doing, if we deploy our resources correctly, and if we actually support private sector to do what they are doing best. Today, we have about 8 industrial parks, which are really private sector, sorry, government owned, government run. And we have about 3 privately owned business parks. All these are meant to help foster industrialization. But fundamentally, we are actually agro-processors because we are basically an agro-based economy. We actually process our inputs, but there's a lot of inputs, about 48.6% imported into the country just so that it's inputs into our industrialization process. And what we should really, really work at is making sure that we import less and substitute what we are importing as inputs, just so that we don't come in with the imported inflation. And I'm sure people from Ministry of Finance know about that. Of late, everybody's crying about rise of prices because everybody's saying Ukraine war with Russia. It has caused a lot of inputs to increase in costs, which means that our cost of production is going up. Never mind, we have all the other problems. So if, for example, we produced our own cod palm oil, which is an ingredient going into soaps and all the other things, it means we didn't even have to import the inflation on cod palm oil into our inputs and industries. So I think the theme today is we should actually industrialize more, support private sector more. Government has a very big duty and responsibility to help in the mass production of goods and services, in the creation of jobs, improvement of standards of living, and in the process, improve the infrastructure, soft and hard, that would improve the welfare of everybody at large. Once industry is good, everybody is good, because that is the engine of production and increase in gross domestic product for our country. So in the sub-Saharan Africa, value-added manufacturing is a very big share of GDP, but of late it has declined. Why? The post-COVID effect is still there and is still with us. Many of you may not have visibility of what's happening in the financial sector, but COVID left a very big punch and a hole within so many businesses, and some are really struggling to recover. And the cost of money is also very high. So I'm wondering if we really have some people in the financial services sector to really help, and especially the people like development partners like the World Bank, IMF, and all those people. We call upon you today because other countries like South Korea, you actually give subsidiary financing of 0.06%. You pay people to produce, and these are developed countries. Why can't you do the same for Africa? Why do you have to expend our money and give us at double rates on the dollar? Because by the time the money actually gets to the last person, it's in double digit on the dollar. We can't pay. You know we cannot pay you. You know that we are your relatives who are indebted, and we have a loan to GDP ratio over 60%. You know that our inability to pay you is very high, and we have a very small headroom to pay you. So since we do not have residual income, just sit down at a table with us and write off those debts, please. And give us financing subsidized at negative 0.0 something. Because it has happened elsewhere. We know, we have information. We are all in this country and we know. So when someone comes to Ministry of Finance and says, oh, we are going to give you financing at 0.75%, we know you can do better. So manufacturing share of exports, on the other hand, has expanded over time. And so 35.5% in 2008, and then 48.9% in 2020. That is a good thing. And these are figures from UNIDO. So thank you so much for our development partners in monitoring the performance of our economy and our exports and all the other parameters that are helping the economy to grow. Nevertheless, Africa's participation in international trade is largely defined by exporting raw materials and low-value manufacturing. We want to do value addition. We want to grow, especially on our coffee value chains and all the other key elements like cotton and all the things. Last week we were in Vietnam, and the people in Vietnam were very surprised to find that the biggest export they have from Vietnam to Uganda was second-hand clothes. They were very surprised and tantalized that even I dared to say it, but it is the reality. But guess what? Uganda is one of the largest producers of cotton. So why can't they invest in our cotton value chain? We produce more cotton for you. You are value addition for you. Mr. Kasumba, are you in charge? we allow you to do the cotton value chain, and you actually take these clothes and materials and make for us brand new clothes. And they actually took it, very painfully, but they took it. They took the feedback. This import substitution is real, and it's very important to us as a country. So we have very many expectations of our development partners, not to stop and cease, but to increase your investment in us. We still thank you for what you're investing in us, but please continue. And then, of course, we would like to the partners and our financiers to help us on the hard and soft infrastructure like roads. At the moment, we have a very big problem on the cost of electricity, but there's a campaign to actually bring the electricity to about 5 cents per kilowatt for manufacturers, and that would help in the ease of cost of doing business. Those are some of the initiatives that government is undertaking. But most importantly, at my ministry, we are trying to also bring the scrap bill. Why? The steel industry is cannibalizing on the steel within the energy production industry, because you have put a market for the vandals to come and sell you scrap, which is coming from the energy sector. So every single time they are vandalizing the energy sector infrastructure and killing manufacturing, the steel industry is growing. So we have a duty and responsibility to put things right. And that is also coming through from my ministry. According to Statista, internet penetration in Africa is about 43% global. Now we really need innovations around industry. And the internet is the powerhouse of innovation, because with innovation, information can be disseminated, access to information. It would help in the innovation around industry. These are some of the things that we would really want to increase the success of industry within Uganda and Africa at large. We have also got the initiative across African countries. You realize that we sometimes can't even communicate to our neighbors in Congo. They speak French, we speak English. They have cod palm oil. I have to get someone to translate for me to tell them I need their cod palm oil. So we are going global, Africa, AFCFTA, to ensure that Our market alone in Africa can actually sustain demand and supply before we even cross the Atlantic to go into Europe and Asia. We have market because we are 1.4 billion Africans. And we can, if we are positive and we move together, we can actually do business together. So that initiative is also there for us to provide markets for whatever is produced from our people here in Uganda. So we are also increasing the regional trade services by inviting people on insurance services, finance, and all the logistical support. One of the things that I really want to talk about is around civilized industrialization, and that is what they call green sustainable development in industry. Most of the time, people talk about economies where production and consumption do not compromise the environment, because all these should focus on the recycling economies around industry, and this is very important for us. People talk about bringing factories and placing them on water bodies, for example, steel, just to get hydrogen out of it. We would not support something like that, because I don't have to live at Lake Victoria to drink water. I can actually drink my water without having to place myself at a water body like Lake Victoria. So we have to be responsible in recycling, repairing, reusing, and making sure that we have got sustainable development on that front. That is a caution that we must take. We also have promotion of commercial agriculture and also quality production. UNBS is one of the institutions within government that has been tasked to ensure quality. But as we know, they have a lot of influence from internationally accredited bodies. Our friends from Europe may not eat a bent carrot. I'm happy to eat a bent carrot as long as it has the nutrients. So we want to have a body which is accrediting us Ugandans at our standards, so that our food alone can even be used here in our country and feed our nations. I'm told that in Masindi, where the kingfishers and the tilengas are actually camps within the production of oil and gas, we may not even be able to feed them because they are not taking any of our local things. They are buying food from Brazil because it's not our carrots, our pineapples, and not on international standard. I don't know if my stomach knows the difference between international standard as well as Ugandan standard. But to create our markets, we shall actually tier our standardization for what we actually know is GMO and what we know that is organic. That is, for me, the final square. But we shall do all the standards that are expected of the international standards, so that when we go to negotiate our protocols, your goods and services that you'd like to take out of the country would also meet the standards. So UNBS is also on board. I have to tell you that we have the commercial agriculture institutions have got Chigumba, which is 6 square miles. We have Kamengo in Masindi district, 20 square miles worth of agro-processing for materials. And then Lukali Goli in Buikwe, which is 84 acres. Kaweri in Mubende, which is 10 square miles. Kasangati, 20 acres. Kashari in Mbarara, 59 acres. So all these are spaces which have actually been designated for agro production to feed as inputs, which are all organic. So, if in my conclusion, and I don't want to hold you, while we are doing a lot of innovation around industry and making sure that Uganda has got a space to play on the international stage, we have to ensure that our patents for all our technologies and everything we invent, including COVIDX and all the other technologies and technology hubs, that everybody is patented. There's this thing they call trade-related intellectual property rights, TRIPS. I'm going to preach it and preach it every single day. I believe that in Uganda we are very innovative because we say so, not to wait for someone to actually give us the accreditation and the clearance that we are innovators. We have to actually give ourselves the awards, and we recognize our innovation skills recognize our talent, recognize that Ugandans are a source of technology and production of new breaking grounds to produce on all the value chains from the farm to the fork, and make sure that we patent and protect our rights so that we can be recognized globally as well, because I know that we have that talent. So the ideas and experiences that will be shared during this commemoration day, the panel discussions during the Africa Industrialization Week will be used to shed light on the evidence-based and homegrown solutions to ensure the successful acceleration of inclusive and sustainable industrial development in Africa. I wish you a pleasant commemoration of the Africa Industrialization Day. I thank you so much, our development partners, our stakeholders. We value your input, we value your partnership, and I wish you a pleasant commemoration of the Africa Industrialization Day 2022 for God and my country.
Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest has arrived. Madam Chief Guest, it's good to see you. The Right Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba. I don't know how many people know.
Sorry, we have to recognize our guest of honor because she was not there. We recognize you, Honorable Kasule Lumumba, and we also thank you for making it to come to our function. It really means a lot to us. And I also want to recognize the Special Presidential Advisor to the President, Honorable Amelia Chambade. She was our former Minister of State for Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Thank you so much for coming.
In our other lives, we have vocations that many people don't realize. But I do know that if it wasn't politics, I think the Right Honorable Kasule Lumumba would have had a very successful business as a florist. She has one of the best flower gardens I know in this country. I don't know if there is anybody who has a better one, but certainly her collection is a fantastic one. You may want to build a relationship with her so that you get an invitation to put the statement I'm making here to test. But it is a very, very good collection of species, tribes, and flowers from all sorts of places. I know that because of that background of beauty and all, her speech will certainly have a lot of color to go with it. Our next speaker on our program, we are going to have a statement from the Ministry of Health, and Hajat Hanifa Kawoya, a minister within that docket, is going to come and share that statement with us. But that won't happen until there is a thunderous applause before it. Certainly that was an applause bar thunder.
I need permission to remove my mask. However, I have a very big problem with the MC. We are trying to negotiate between me and him whether I should remove my mask as a Minister of Health in charge of general duties, whether I am not going to be mistaken that I have announced that no more masks in this room and in the country. So I'm trying to balance that out. However, for 2 minutes, let me fit into what you people have decided to be. Those who have put on your masks, thank you so much. Those who have decided to give yourself an allowance for only today in this room, I accept, but after here, wear your mask. We are still requested to have our masks on. The Chief Guest, Right Honorable Kasule Lumumba, the Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry and Cooperatives, Honorable Francis Mwevesa, my brother and friend, the State Minister of Industry, David Bahati, the Honorable Amelia Chambade, our senior and senior presidential advisor on trade, industry, and cooperatives, the PS, representatives of UN Family, WR World Bank country representatives, and the manager representatives of UNIDO country representatives, all our partners, all the permanent secretaries here in all your capacities, the Director General Health Services here with us, and all the ministries, officials from trade, our partners in trade and industry, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am sure I'm known. Those who don't know me, I'm known as Anifa. I'm the youngest politician in that parliament, having been there for 30 years and still going strong. And I'm happy that today I'm part of the very historical people gathered here for the commemoration of the two important events, the African Industrialization Day and the World Accreditation Day 2022. Uganda has been reported to be one of the fastest growing economies on the African continent, and there's nobody challenging that. Industrialization of Uganda is envisaged to change the growth trajectory and make the growth even faster. And here I want to thank our people in the business, our private sectors, and our donors and partners for having put our hands together to ensure that we see the growth acceleration of our country, Uganda. Industrialization, however, requires healthy people to work in the big manufacturing plants and in the small factories, in the farms produce the agricultural materials needed for the industries, in the mines and oil fields to harvest the materials needed for acceleration of industrial development. We must be healthy both physically and mentally. And if we have to achieve our development goals, we must be in a country, in a society where everybody is healthy. Therefore, there is a need that we must invest in our healthy lifestyle. And I'm happy when the MC was saying something about how you can live as a healthy person with a healthy mind. It drives you a notch as we continue within our business, especially if our industrial development is to grow. Right Honorable Kasule Lumumba, our chief guest, the Minister of Health is working to fulfill its vision of a healthy and productive population that contributes social, economic growth and national development. The achievements of this vision will therefore ensure that Ugandans are healthy enough to participate in the industrialization of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take this opportunity to inform you that nation that a border situation in the country is under control. And take it from me, When I'm here now, I'm the Minister of Health in the church. Ebola is under control. We have so far spent 14 days without identifying any positive case of Ebola. Our clinical teams are very vigilant in hospitals and health facilities, looking for any suspicious cases. The epidemiologists are in the field tracing all contacts, and our laboratories are testing samples on a daily basis, but we have not gotten a positive case so far for the past 2 weeks. Therefore, all our development partners, wherever you are, all Ugandans, all our business counterparts, please inform everybody worldwide that Uganda is safe out of Ebola now. We are going into our Christmas days. We expect all tourists to come in, and we expect that our industry and development industry has to grow. And I want to thank, as a ministry, everybody that participated, especially our development partners, the ministry, and our Minister of Industry, our Minister of Tourism. We worked together. The whole Prime Minister's office, thank you so much for coordinating this Ebola, where we have all our stakeholders managed to ensure that our country is free of Ebola now. I therefore assure all Ugandans and the world at large that Uganda in managing Ebola outbreak is very well and known, and so Uganda is known in managing all other pandemics. The ones that have been there, COVID-19, and even those ones that we would anticipate to come in, Uganda is capable to manage them. And we thank you all. Right Honorable Chief Guest, successful provisions of healthcare is one of the greatest challenges faced by the world today, and we only grow in its magnitude and complexity due to rapid population growth and increased life expectancy. The need to provide reassurance, consistent, cost-effective healthcare growth every day is the only way that we have to go. And most importantly, Honorable Chief Guest, accreditation will ensure that Ugandans' manufactured goods have access to international markets, producing goods for Ugandans and the country, making resources available for healthcare services, and the circle of development continues. Finally, I would like to urge colleagues, especially our senior colleague, the Honorable Minister Francis Mwebaza of the Trade Industry and Cooperatives, to fast track the implementation of the Uganda National Accreditation Service Act 2021, so that my ministry is able to sustain accreditation of the 53 laboratories so far, and also have many laboratories accredited if possible. And we commit to mobilize some additional resources together with the funders and everybody here, so that we can achieve this fast tracking of our Accreditation National Service Act 2021 together, and to have the growth of our trade and industry more faster, and to ensure that our traders, our partners, and everybody in this line, that we move together. On that note, I want to end by saying that it is therefore significant that the healthcare consumers have confidence in the quality of healthcare, as well as safety and security of the workers, patients, community, and the environment. The reason why Uganda has been able to control Ebola virus disease and COVID-19 pandemics is because the people of Uganda believe in our healthcare system, made possible by our nurses, our international accredited lab. Ladies and gentlemen, the Minister of Health realizes earlier in the importance of the accuracy and timeliness of laboratory diagnosis in disease prevention, control, and management, and therefore it's critical in attaining a healthy, productive population of Uganda. For this reason, our chief guest, the ministry, prioritizes accreditation of its laboratories to recognized international standards, acceptable worldwide. That's why all those that travel outside, you have seen that our test for vaccines, those who have been vaccinated, is recognized worldwide wherever you are traveling. And that's a very big achievement, and gives hope that you just show your vaccination card and there you go. and it is one of the very critical issues that worldwide our health system has got trust on the world continent. Ladies and gentlemen, if we are to control and manage all this, therefore it is critical in attaining a healthy and productive population of Uganda as we take care and we invest in our own lives. You cannot do anything when you don't think about investing in your own life. As a ministry, we can come in to supplement. As a government, we can supplement health services. But the first way is personally individuals to invest in your own healthy lifestyle. You must take care of your own health. You cannot think about business when you have not thought about your own life. You cannot live an healthy life and you are thinking of making money somewhere. You cannot survive. Let's think seriously to invest in our own health. There are health harm risk diseases that we can control as individuals. We can reduce as individuals. Yesterday, we are talking about HIV/AIDS. On the 1st, we shall be celebrating HIV/AIDS worldwide. This is something that we can all control. We can control all the first killer diseases. Tobacco. That is finishing all our lungs. So we cannot have energy to energize our industries when we ourselves are not energized. Alcohol is finishing us. Cancer is at the rise. Abuse of drugs. And when the body is high, everybody is high and everything is high. And our health deteriorates. So as a ministry, we are emphasizing that investment in our own lifestyle, healthy lifestyle, is very crucial for us if we have also to think about the industrialization of our industry and to ensure that we have economic acceleration. For this reason, therefore, the ministry has accredited all the laboratories, recognized at international standards, and we shall continue to ensure that the 53 we have and more we are going to add in. We embarked on this journey from 2016. We continue together with everybody. But we have been using external accreditation bodies mainly from South Africa, United States of America, Belgium, and recently Kenya. What makes us, which are very expensive, but now we are proud as a country that we are having our own recognized laboratories worldwide. Therefore, the role of accreditation in enhancement, sustainable industrialization, market access, and health is very timely. It is timely because it gives information to Ugandans about the benefits of accreditation in healthcare, the benefits of laboratory accreditation services, the multiple, not only for the patients through provision of accurate results for disease diagnosis and management, but also for the entire economy, thus increasing the competitiveness of our healthcare system to a complete new level and promoting medical tourism. In addition, it promotes the best practice, cuts the cost of healthcare because it promotes evidence-based medical practice and only necessary medicines are prescribed to the patients, reduces the need for government regulatory councils to individually monitor conformity, strengthen public confidence in our healthcare system. Accreditation of laboratories will ensure accurate diagnosis and quality healthcare services are provided to the people of Uganda, thereby making the population healthy and therefore able to work in the industries. Accreditation will also ensure that consumer goods produced from industries, including processed food stuff, meets health standards and therefore fit for human consumption. I wouldn't say more. The young PS has already told us about the area of consumer goods that are very healthy. Therefore, it's very timely that as a Ministry of Health, we join hands together with the Ministry of Industry and Cooperatives to commemorate this day, a very important one. And We want to thank the government, the Right Honorable Chief Guest, which has been there to ensure that we are on the right track. I want to end here encouraging all of you that we still keep our masks on, because anything that passes by, whether it is a flu, whether it is what, once it comes in, it gets to you easier. It's for our good health, it's for you and for me. But I want to thank all Ugandans that have been there as we went through the COVID-19. COVID-19 had its own downfalls. It had its own effects, as the PS has said, especially on the economy, even on the health system, but it exposed to us to see the weaknesses within our systems. And it was a unifying factor that brings us together. That is why even today, we are joined up here together with all stakeholders to not only to commemorate our World Africa Industrialization Day, but the World Accreditation Day, and to forge a way forward how we can improve on our industrialization. I thank you all. Thank you for your attention, for God and my country.
Honorable Minister, I have invested in my health. Given the last tests that I know of, HIV, I'm negative. COVID, negative. Prostate cancer, negative. And also wealth, negative. 2 weeks ago. But I also do have self-testing kits in my car. The Honorable Rumumba wants to ask why I keep them there. I work a lot with young people, so I need them. The chief guest is with us. I have ever served as a chief guest representing the CEO of Next Media Services. And what I do know about being chosen to represent a chief guest, the one who chooses you to do that job, in their mind, you are the same level of where they are. So it is right to say that the Right Honorable Prime Minister is with us, and therefore let's stand up for the anthems. We will begin with the Ugandan national anthem, and if you don't know the words, you can hum away. May God uphold thee, we lay our future in thy heart. Unite, set free for liberty, together we'll always stand. Mungu tomba wilinde, Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Please take your seat. If there was anyone in the room who had perhaps thought that I couldn't sing the East African anthem, I think that has also been settled. And it is true I can sing the Uganda national anthem and sing it close to very well, or at least the way it should be sang. Our next speaker is the Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, a guru of the steel industry, the Honorable Francis Mwebesa. And over time, we have had several conversations, and I do know that he's a keen student of public speaking. And he also belongs to that category of men with fine heads. There are two types of heads God has created. The good ones that were made with the view that at some point they won't have hair, so they need to look good without hair. And then the rest for aesthetic reasons that God covered with hair permanently, knowing that they might not look as good as the Honorable Mwebesa's and mine without hair. The Honorable Mwebesa, a man with a fine head, is our next speaker, and I will give a hand clap, if for no other reason, at least because he's the Secretary General of Uganda Board-Headed Men Association.
Our chief guest, the Right Honorable Kasule Lumumba, Honorable Ministers present, Permanent Secretary, development partners, the members of the private sector, academia, members of the media fraternity, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We highly appreciate the Right Honorable Prime Minister, who is being represented by Right Honorable Kasule Lumumba, who is here with us despite of her busy schedule. To appreciate at this important event to commemorate Africa industrialization. The ministry has worked closely with the Ministry of Health and other stakeholders in industry to organize the national celebration for Africa Industrialization Day. Today, Uganda has joined other African countries and the international community to commemorate the Africa Industrialization Day. The theme is the role of accreditation in promoting inclusive and sustainable industrialization, health, environment, and trade. The ministry has planned to use this event to create awareness among the general public on the importance of accreditation in enhancing the quality of goods and services and promotion of the export trade. In addition to recognize the promote investments in key strategic sectors of industry. However, government recognizes a number of challenges that hinder the national conformity assessment systems in giving effective support to competitiveness of Ugandan goods and services. Among the challenges are a few testing and collaboration laboratories, high cost of accreditation, and low awareness among the stakeholders. In order to address the above challenges, Parliament passed a bill to enable creation of Uganda National Accreditation Service, UGANAS, under the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperative, which is assented to the HE President in April 2021. My ministry is now mobilizing resources to implement the law and operationalization the national accreditation system. My ministry has put in place policy framework to guide the development of proper regulation of industrial activities in the country. These include the competition bill approved by cabinet this year, external act regulation restrict export of raw materials required by the local industries, pre-export verification of conformity standards, drafted the iron and steel development strategy, cotton, textiles, apparel development strategy, drafted policy guidelines for construction and management of industrial parks for sustainable industrial unit. The cabinet has approved the increment of the capital requirement for UDC from 5 billion Uganda shillings to 5 trillion Uganda shillings. On this note, this should be a welcome for small and medium enterprises, because the ceiling was 500 billion, but now we have put it at the 5 trillion Uganda shillings. So people who have projects under the small scale and medium enterprise, and also big projects, can approach our UDC with bankable documents. Moving forward, as a ministry responsible for industrialization, we commemorate this year as Africa Industrialization Day with the renewed commitment, the use of industrialization as a key lever in economic transformation of our country. My ministry will facilitate development and implementation of policies, plans, and strategies to reduce on the cost of doing business. As I conclude, allow me to take the privilege and the honor of inviting our chief guest, who is today the Right Honorable Prime Minister Madam Makasule Lumumba. Please, if I've made any mistake, as the Master of Ceremonies was saying, I'm a novice in public speaking and speeches. I hope I have not made any mistake. And I also want to apologize. I had forgotten Honorable Amelia Chambade, my predecessor. All these things I found them in office, especially she's famous for the word bubu. By Uganda, she's Uganda. Thank you very much.
In Africa, ladies, when they are royal, they become sir.
At least me, I'm not from the royal family. And there's no kingdom in Uganda where my clan even had simple responsibility, not even to be the chief in charge of clapping. So I don't qualify. Maybe Honorable Amelia can qualify, because for her she carries the Kuluya name, meaning she's part of it. Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Honorable Francis Mwebesa, together with your colleagues who you work with in the ministry as political heads, Honorable Bahati David and Honorable Fred Gume, Honorable Anifa Kawoya, Minister in charge of primary health care, representing the Minister for Health, my mother, Honorable Amelia Chambade, the Senior Presidential Advisor in charge of industry. By the way, for those of you who may have seen Honorable Amelia recently, most of you came to know much about her when she was in the Ministry of Trade. But she has been in the system. Some of us found her in the system, and she was a mother to us because some of us joined so early. Personally, I joined politics, entered parliament at 27, but she was there to make sure she puts us in line as young girls, mostly girls, but also boys. Clap for her. So when you hear Honorable Anifa Chambad, Anifa Kawoya saying, I'm as young as 30 years, those are the people who were there to receive the young Anifas of the time. Our permanent secretary, Ms. Geraldine Salibusulwa, the permanent secretary for the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, development partners and representatives of the different development partners, civil society organizations, industrialists and members from the business community, media, all of us gathered here. Good morning. Greetings from Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, who has not managed to be with you here today because she was sent out of the country to go and do official work, but special greetings from her. And this is her message. In addition to what she has written, she said, thank them for upholding the economy of our country. So I read her message. I congratulate all you Ugandans, especially the industrialists, wealth creators and innovators on this day as we join the rest of Africa to commemorate the Africa Industrialization Day. This year's theme, role of accreditation in enhancing inclusive and sustainable industrialization, health, environment and trade, is in line with the objectives and aspirations of the National Development Plan 3 and the NRM Manifesto of 2021-2026 on industrialization. This day presents an opportunity for Uganda and Africa to take stock of our industrial progress and chart a way forward for the development of the industrial sector. This can be accomplished through widening our production base and leveraging our resources to focus on areas where Uganda has comparative advantage. Africa has abundant natural resources, including oil, gas, minerals, metals, agriculture, and forestry products, and a blue economy. Africa's natural resources, estimated at 30 billion US dollars in potential wealth, makes it one of the wealthiest places on earth. It is unacceptable that despite these vast and diversified natural resources, Africa still constitutes the developing and least developed countries. This is because of Africa's dependence on export of raw materials and importation of manufactured products. Limited value addition, the volatility of commodity prices, and the export of jobs are some of the reasons for continued poverty in Africa. Take the case of agriculture. While the prices of coffee beans fall, not the prices of brewed coffee. While the prices of cotton will always fall, not the prices of the apparels and textiles. While the prices of coke will always fall, not the prices of chocolate. The industrial sector is comprised of the following subsectors in Uganda. Currently, the sector contribution to the GDP is at 27.6%. This is still below the 35% threshold global average for countries that have attained middle income status. Some progress has been made in processing raw materials into semi-finished goods and recently assembly of products from imported inputs and components. The National Resistance Movement government has since 1986 been pursuing strategic measures to industrialize the country with considerable levels of success. The approach to industrializing Uganda has been steadfast
and anchored in addressing the 10 strategic bottlenecks that include underdevelopment of human resource, underdeveloped infrastructure, continued export of raw materials, fragmented markets, the underdeveloped agriculture and services sector. Infrastructure development such as transport facilitation, roads, water, air, railways, energy and ICT backbone, industrial parks and free zones is critical for industrial growth. The total paved roads as a percentage of total national roads has increased to 25.1%, that is 5,880 kilometers in 2021 from 8%, 1,000 kilometers in 1986. The electricity generation currently stands at 1,252.4 megawatts, while transmission lines cover 2,989 kilometers, and the government is determined to reduce the cost of electricity for manufacturing industries to 5 cents of the US dollar. That is about 185 shillings, Uganda shillings per unit, from the current 8.7 cents of American US dollars to, which is 321 shillings, Uganda shillings per unit. For the ICT, the optical fiber network covers 2,424 kilometers. Another important factor is market access. The country has registered significant milestones in integrating our markets using the East African Community, the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, the Tripartite Free Trade Area, and the African Continental Free Trade Area. By ensuring peace, infrastructure development, and establishment of bigger markets, Uganda has become a preferred destination for foreign investment. The NRM government has also made significant strides in human resource development to drive industrial growth. These include the establishment of institutions in the area of skilling, the deliberate measures of increased remuneration of scientists as an impetus for innovation. The world is now emerging into the fourth and fifth industrial revolution, which utilizes artificial intelligence, robotic interventions, high-speed data transmission, fully automated systems of manufacturing, robust interconnectivity of machines and entities, also called Internet of Things. This is where our country needs to focus. Government has prioritized under the NDP3 to acquisition of skills and competences in sciences, technology, engineering and mathematics, which is called STEM, to enable the country adequately and competitively participate in this industrial revolution. Industrial manufacturing can earn Uganda 10 times what it earns from agriculture. The source of Uganda's greater wealth will come from having strong manufacturing capacity for competitiveness in regional trade and integration into global value chains. Thank you once again from the Prime Minister for upholding Uganda's economy as private sector, but also as development partners. Thank you also for commemorating the Africa Industrialization Day. Thank you all, for God and my country.
Give the chief guest another big hand clap. I am reliably informed that within the NRM party, they are royals and commons. And that inside that party, Right Honorable is a royal. It is very unlike that you will be a Secretary General of a party when you are part of its commons. By the time you become Secretary General, you are every inch royalty within NRM. We are getting to the meat, if not the bone marrow of the function, which is the awards. And between our tea is the award. So we will have the awards, and then we have tea, and then we will get ourselves into the last two bits on our program. So I hope that the persons responsible for the awards are getting them in there. And we will begin by those that are being recognized, and we're talking laboratories here, recognized as far as the subject matter is concerned. And I will read the list, and then the persons representing the organization that I will have read will come up, and I do know that the persons giving these particular certificates will begin with the laboratories, will be the minister that is in line. I liked what she said, that we are on top of Ebola. What I do know about Uganda is that we have always sat on top of pandemics, whether it is Ebola or COVID, and we continue to mesmerize people globally by how we manage to do these things. But I don't know why it surprises anybody that we do. Ugandan doctors are known to be very, very well trained, and they also do a stellar job. I hear that they treat people very well. I am saying I hear because I don't often fall ill, even when I would have wanted to. I don't normally do. But I had a taste of their services about this time last November, when I ended up toppling over a bicycle that I was riding without a helmet, because people have always done so. I almost lost myself. I'm happy to have recovered, albeit with a few injuries. It's very difficult to tell that my upper lip went away with some 14 stitches, and somehow it still managed to stay in shape to look good on TV and on giant screens like this one. Thank God our doctors are good at their job. Madam PS, I also want to be a beneficiary of the same. Are we ready with the certificate? Okay. We will begin off, Madam Minister of Health, substantive Minister of Health for now. You will help us to hand out these certificates, and the recipients include UNBS Testing Microbiology Laboratory, and that should be Uganda National Bureau of Standards, and these acronyms have gone all over the place. They will be followed by the Central Public Health Laboratory, and those will be followed by the National TB Reference Laboratory, and they will be followed by the National Equipment Calibration Center, who will be followed by the Joint Clinical Research Center, and those will be followed by Ebenezer Clinical Laboratory. The particular one is the one on Bombo Road. Then Lancet Laboratory, Buganda Road. Lancet does a very interesting job. I took my daughter there to be tested she ended up manifesting an allergy that was rare. I was very surprised that I had a child with an allergy. She had an allergy to wheat, and they helped us manage that situation. At least that's how I got to know. Chemifa Laboratory will follow Lancet, and Zambia General Hospital, where I received very good treatment back in the 1980s. They still continue to do a good job. Tororo General Hospital, Tutu General Hospital in Kumi, and Chiriandongo General Hospital in that order. Do we have the order right? Fantastic. So we will have the minister up here, then the persons receiving will come one by one. We don't want them to crowd the place. And then as they receive, the pictures will be going on. So, Madam Minister, you're welcome. And we want to see somebody from UNBS Testing Microbiology Laboratory coming to receive the award. Right up there, Honorable. As a good gentleman, I'll help you.
For their awards.
They will come with their masks.
No, it's okay. But the rest who are there have the feeling that you are part of this award. So your faces and your happiness for those who are getting it today must join all of us. And I didn't hear my name. I anticipate at the end of this, there must be one for me. Thank you so much.
That is the Uganda National Bureau of Standards Testing / Microbiology Laboratory. Okay. Central Public Health Laboratory, you are next.
Ooh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. He's always right here.
Central Public Health Laboratory it is. National TB Reference Laboratory, you're next. National Tuberculosis Reference Laboratory, you're next. Have you forgotten? Okay. National Equipment Calibration Center, you're next. National Equipment Calibration Center, you're next. It's possible to get sucked into the function and you forget who you represent. Functions can be functions. Joint Clinical Research Center. They were very famous when they were still around the Mengo area. They still do a very good job. There are very few ladies in their organization, so it's only the gentlemen here. Ebenezer Clinical Laboratory, the one on Bombo Road. Ebenezer, thus far the Lord has brought us. Ebenezer, are you here? we will leave them to themselves. Lancet Laboratory on Buganda Road. They are all over the place, but the one on Buganda Road. Lancet, we will do a Passover as well. Chemical Laboratory. Their suits may be striped, but their services aren't. Nsambia General Hospital, good old Nsambia. Tororo General Hospital. They do eat quite a bit of fish in Tororo. And if you're fish eating, you know the problem of eating fish and wearing ties. Atutul General Hospital in Kumi. These things are national, so you see people from... It's very common in Kumi for women to do things that women do and also things that men do. They will cycle, that's why they are happy. One of the ladies was representing the women, the other was representing the men in Kumi. It's the Kumi way of doing things. And lastly, Chiriandongo General Hospital. They can be very quick in Chiriandongo. That's the spirit. We thank you very much. Please prepare one for the Honorable Minister as she requested. Whether she has a laboratory or not, we will sort that one out later. At least prepare the certificate. The Honorable David Bahati, you are next up to dish out the next lot. And these ones, this is category C, and that is medium-size industries. They include Modern Tiles Limited, located in Njeru Town in Buikwe District. Total investment cost is 30 million United States dollars. Uses latest state-of-the-art novel technology. Currently produces 49,000 meter square tiles per day, with the capacity planned to triple to 150,000 meters squared per day at full capacity. Currently does employ 500 Ugandans, directly expected to employ full capacity about 16,000 Ugandans directly, over 3,000 indirectly. Modern Tiles. Luca Plastics. Luca Plastics comes from the place where wisdom comes from in the East. is one of the leading manufacturers of flexible packaging materials and plastics in Uganda, produces customized packaging for a huge variety of foodstuffs and confectionery, fast-moving consumer goods, pharmaceutical products, personal hygiene products as well. And their plastic, at least as far as they're concerned, is easily recyclable. Abacus Pharma Limited, leading distributor and manufacturer of pharmaceutical products in East Africa region with its headquarters in Uganda, distributes a variety of pharmaceutical products and covers a wide range of therapeutic areas. Is fully ISO certified, having been awarded ISO in 2012, both NEMCO AS and IQ Net. All that, and they didn't show up. Is Abacus around? I think that's just about it. Yes, thank you very much. And we'll go to category B, and that will be the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, please come, and Honorable Minister Mwevesa, please come and give away category B. There's a staircase on the other side. The people not using it are showing off how fit they are. And that showing off can go all over the place on a bad day. This one is a good one. Tembo Steels Uganda Limited, you will be the first. You are ISO certified, one of East Africa's largest company with interest in manufacturing hot and cold rolled profiles. And they are already here. The Tembo people are very Tembo in look. Tembo means elephant. Using iron ore from Muko to manufacture steel bars and roofing materials. This is from 0 to 100 vertical integration, whatever that means. I want to imagine means they are cool. Roofings Limited is next. Roofings production and supply of high quality steel for manufacturing of products and product capacity of 72,000 metric tons, and that is annually. Increased total investment over 730.0 million United States dollars. The roofing people also have a lot of interest in Uganda Manufacturers Association. Oh, roofing. Strength of the nation. Can you imagine being roofing and then you don't roof your head? They are planning to create a product to roof heads that have lost roofs. Southern Range Nyanza Textile Limited, they are also ISO certified, Uganda's largest fully integrated textile mill with a modernized plant, produces 150,000 bales of fabric per annum. And sanitary wear production and PPEs during COVID-19 pandemic, they supply the army and school uniforms. When my father was still in the printing business, he used to do print calendars for these good people back in the day. Thank you very much. Chinyara Sugar Limited, there are some words you don't want to translate. Located in Chinyara Masindi district and produces an estimated 110,000 metric tons annually of sugar. Established a production line that manufactures industrial sugar used in the manufacture of soft drinks, confectionaries, and pharmaceuticals. They do have a production capacity of 60,000 metric tons of industrial sugar annually and promotes import substitution through production of industrial sugar. Good people. Uganda breweries. Woo. UBL invested in marsh filter worth $21.3 million to enhance the capacity to increase the usage of local raw materials. And they guarantee to market over 17,000, to cover over 17,000 farmers locally locally grown grain and sorghum, as well as barley, and has over 22,000 employees across the supply chain and distribution value chain. They sell happiness bottled in brown bottles. Uganda breweries. Thank you, Honorable Minister. We'll now have the final category. And that will be given by the chief guest. I missed out some on my list here. I have an updated list that includes JCRC as well. And I will request the Honorable Minister, you will forgive me. I've just received an updated list that has one, two more that you'll have to hand out. I beg that you forgive myself and the team that I am leading. JCRC, as I understand, is Joint Clinical Research Center. Is it still that? At least that's what I used to fill out when the question came out in primary school. A lot of things have changed since I sat primary school. I remember the answer for how many districts does Uganda have. My daughter has a different answer, and we keep arguing over it. There's also Modern Laminates Limited. Where's modern being very modern? Should I be saying namaste? Absolutely. Shukriya. Alrighty. Give the modern minister and the modern people a hand clap as they live in a modern way. We now move over to category A, and we will certainly have the chief guest coming up. And first on the list is Liaoshen Industrial Park. And Liaoshen will be the first in category A. They are in Kapeka in Nakaseke district. You cannot separate Kapeka, Nakaseke, and the NRM. What a lovely coincidence. Liaoshen. Established in 2015 in Kapeka, Nakaseke district, first modern industrial park established investment of $600 million in the United States. And the park employs over 2,000 locals. By locals, it means people there, and has set a good example of import substitution in Uganda. Products there include Goodwill tiles, Holy Love Electric, and quite a number of products there. Away from that is MMP Industrial Park. These are in Buikwe district in Buampa on the shores of Lake Victoria. The industrial park sits on 813 acres of land. 26 companies are projected to operate in the industrial park. The park employs over 12,000 Ugandans directly and 50,000 citizens of the Pearl of Africa are employed there indirectly. Industries under MMP Industrial Park include modern agrichem, modern footwear, modern heavy engineering, modern rubber and allied limited, and MMP Steel and Allied Limited. Did we leave any more? Is that all? Now that that is finished, I think what is left is myself to take a picture with the chief guest, and that will happen later. But for now, we will have Madam Chief Guest, please stay. All those who have received awards will come and take a picture with the chief guest. Being slow, does that suggest that you're thinking about whether you want to or not? Or should I change the announcement into Luganda? Those with certificates, there is room at the bottom. I'm not saying you belong there. I'm just saying that's where there is room. The top is full. There is actually very good visibility if you stood at the bottom. Has somebody intentionally covered my guest of honor? That is treason. Can we just sit in the front? Yes, it's very, just a second. Yeah, just sit. I'll take care of the dry cleaning. Give me the bill. Okay. Does that look better? Absolutely. We'll have a working tea. We'll have a working tea then when we come back for the tea. I think, do we agree that 10 minutes is enough for our tea? We'll use 10 minutes to have our tea, then come back for a panel conversation. Tea is being served on the other side of the room. Please have your tea. We'll use 10 minutes as we do the changeover and come back to our panel conversation. We'll have 10 minutes for our working tea and then come back for the panel conversation. There is a sheer butter table that has very, very good products. For ladies and gentlemen with beards, I'm told there is a particular beard oil at that table. Let's keep the tea break short. We should be done at 11:45. We should be back to begin our panel conversation. As we take our tea, I'd like to remind the following persons to take their tea very quickly because you are part of our next program. Professor Kwesiga will have his tea quickly because he makes a presentation in the next 10 minutes. After, and as well, the PS, the UMA chairman, the country director, Global Green Growth Institute will also be part of the panel, and the country director, CDC. You have, yeah, but you have a presentation on success story.
For example, a trader wishing to export avocados will select Export. www.ugandatrades.go.ug. Uganda's one-stop shop for information on trade, a system developed by the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives with the support from TIMEA, USA, UNCTAD and ITC. The core of the Uganda Trade Portal system is the database of trade procedures. Procedures are presented in a step-by-step format from the user's point of view and not from the point of view of the institutions. For example, a trader wishing to export avocados will select export and fruits and vegetables. If she wants to import medicine, she will select import and pharmaceutical products. Let's say that I want to export coffee. I select export, then coffee. The system shows the preliminary registrations, licenses and certificates I must obtain, which are issued by the government agencies that regulate the commodity, then the permits I must obtain for each consignment and the clearance process. Here, I can choose the entry and exit point, and then, depending on the value of my goods, the associated clearance procedure at the border point, for instance, Malaba. But I also have the option to see the full procedure view, all the steps that are necessary to export coffee for a trader exporting the commodity for the very first time. Let's have a closer look at this procedure. I see that I have to go through 31 steps. First, I have to register with the Uganda Export Promotion Board. 2 steps. Register with the single window. 2 steps. Obtain exporter registration with single window. Also 2 steps. Then obtain performance bond. 4 steps. Obtain a coffee export license. 6 steps. I will then obtain a letter of registration of sales contract in 1 step. Obtain a quality certificate and ICO certificate of origin in 3 steps. Obtain a certificate of origin 3 steps. Obtain the phytosanitary certificate 4 steps. The consignment will be cleared inland in 3 steps, and I will obtain the release at the point of exit in 1 step. Altogether, 31 steps. In addition to the list of steps, I see a summary of the procedure. There are 11 institutions involved. I will get 13 different results. For example, the quality certificate, the East African Community Certificate of Origin, and for this I will have to give 38 forms and documents such as the phytosanitary certificate that I will receive at step 26 and then give to customs at step 27. I can see the cost of the operation. It It will depend on the value of my consignment, and I can estimate my cost directly using the evaluation tool. I see the total duration from 7 to 19 days, and I am given access to all laws and regulations that justify this procedure and its contents. This already gives me a good idea of the procedure, but if I want more details, I can go step by step. For example, step 11, apply for coffee export license. I see where I have to go, the entity in charge, the unit in charge, and the person in charge. Then what they will give me, the result of the step, registration application, and register the documents I have to submit at this step. For example, the application for coffee export license form, which I can download and fill at home. The time it will take, 5 to 10 minutes waiting in the queue, 5 to 10 minutes at the counter, and 2 to 3 days until I can move to the next step. I see a list of regulations that justify this step and the person I can complain to in case I have a problem with this step. This is generally the manager of the entity in charge of this step. I can also report problems online, and they even suggest a simplification. Those messages go to the Secretariat, National Committee, Trade Facilitation. The information is same for all these steps. I see that some steps can be undertaken online. They are flagged with an orange glow. I can make a customs entry online by clicking on the Apply Online button. One of the most important features of the trade portal system is that any institution involved in regulating or promoting trade can embed the procedures database onto their own websites in a few minutes. For example, on the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives website, under the Export and Import Procedures tab, you will find the same information as on the Uganda Trade Portal. The system also shows statistics on trade procedures, embedding data from the International Trade Center and the Observatory of Economic Complexity. This shows in-depth data on goods exported, imported, including destination and original markets. Export potential map shows the commodities with high growth potential or with untapped opportunities on international markets. The information of the Uganda Trade Portal will be constantly updated to reflect changes in regulations and procedures. New modules will also be progressively added to the portal, such as searchable tariff database, information on market requirements, and other key facilitation tools developed under the auspices of the National Committee for Trade Facilitation. Welcome to the Uganda Trade Portal. www.ugandatrades.go.ug. Uganda's one-stop shop for information on trade, a system developed by the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives with the support from TIMEA, USA, UNCTAD and ITC. The core of the Uganda Trade Portal system is the database of trade procedures. Procedures are presented in a step-by-step format from the user's point of view and not from the point of view of the institution.
Ladies and gentlemen,
for example, a trader wishing to export avocados will select Export.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite
if she
you
wants
back.
to import medicine, she will select
Ladies and
Import
gentlemen, I'd like to
and
invite you back
pharmaceutical products.
so that we can finish our function. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite you back so that we can proceed with our function. I hope that Professor Kwesiga and Mr. Ken Mugisha are ready, because they are the next speakers before we go to the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats so that we can proceed.
I'll summarize those by way of suggesting the way forward. And so, what does Yuri have to say about this? What informed Yuri's concept to build a Namamve project, a manufacturing and machining center, was because of those statistics I've just been talking about. The fact that we are not creating viable enterprises. And so we set up a facility, and I'm glad to see my former minister in the room, because it was on her watch that this concept gelled and got implemented. Ms. Chambade, thank you very much. And so, luckily, we had really come to, because we did by the time she was leaving us, we were in the process of actually launching the project. But the planning, the start was really a watch. So thank you. What are the objectives of that project? To develop a modern machining and manufacturing facility that employs the state-of-the-art technologies. The focus is on manufacturing precision parts so that we can drive down the cost of imports. How, as a modern country, really, how do we import nuts and bolts and toothpicks and everything that goes with it? It just doesn't make sense. So what we are saying is we need to develop the technologies or deploy the technologies that are of the state-of-the-art type, that can deliver high-quality products, that can reduce on our dependency on foreign products and foreign technologies. The training also must be addressed, because I have a lot of cases where somebody comes with a first-class honors degree in mechanical engineering, and when you take him to a shop floor, he's lost. He has never seen a CNC. So I said, you could have as well have studied history. I'm sorry, I have nothing against historians. Just when you're a manufacturing engineer, surely you should understand what the world has to offer. And therefore, and one of the problems of our training regimes is that we lack platforms for apprenticeship. Because you can't train as a capable engineer or technician without practicing hands-on. Other disciplines do that. When you study medicine, after your degree in medicine, you go to the hospital as an intern. When you study law, you go to the Law Development Center. It's only engineers and technicians who leave the classroom, the last exam, and they are told, go and look for jobs. And you are absolutely irrelevant in the job situation. And so we have created platforms for apprenticeship. We have some of the state-of-the-art machines. We even have CNCs. We have really modern machines that have been deployed. We even train people in robotics, artificial intelligence, and so on. On the 8th of December, we are having an open house celebrating our 20 years of experience of existence as Yuri. And so I want to extend an invitation to all of you to come and see what I'm talking about. I have had situations where I give directions and people come to see the place, and then they pass by the gate and move on and say, this can't be Ugandan. Say, they call me back, say, we are lost. Say, where are you? Didn't you see a yellow fence? Say, yeah, you mean that Chinese place? No, that is a Ugandan place. And so they turn back, and they are really treated some very interesting revelation. That's the campus I'm talking about, sitting on a 15 acres of land. That was, we got a grant from the Chinese government, and I have the president to thank for that, because he really helped us. And we have it, and it was built in under 2 years, built and equipped. People have commented that probably if we had to use the traditional methods of construction, would still be at the foundation. But we have to find ways to solve these issues. So quickly, what do we need as way forward? I know MC is looking at me like 15 minutes are up. I suggest to you that the way forward, first of all, to invest in R&D and commit to speed up our industrialization agenda. And there's no shortcut other than addressing the issue of developing technologies, developing skilled manpower, and then the issue of financing can complement those two. But without R&D, we are really not going far. We request, we believe that replicating the Namamvi project, we did it to a scale that the grant could allow us, but Uganda deserves a few more of those across the land to address specific, unique attributes of a given region. We need to strengthen the capacity to consolidate and coordinate the national industrialization agenda. Right now, a lot of things are fragmented all over the place. We need to eliminate the institutional gridlock by harmonizing mandates and modus operandi so that we avoid unnecessary duplication of effort. We need to learn to celebrate our achievements rather than our plans. Take that and look around you. See how often we are celebrating plans, but nobody cares a few years hence to look back and say, what happened to that plan? Let us face up to the realities of our situation as we seek the way forward. I thank you very much for listening to me, and I'll be around to expound on any of the things I've talked about. And feel free to visit the Chinese project at Namamvi, which is managed by Ugandans. Thank you very much.
I was lucky to be the master of ceremony at the groundbreaking, and I was also the master of ceremony at the official launch, and I can tell you that Yuri has done a very good job in that. Now, our next speaker believes in service above self, and he also believes in smartness, and his presentation is the success story on shea butter manufacturing. Mr. Kenneth Nksha is an accountant by profession and a seasoned businessman for the last 30 years in real estate, facilities management and cosmetics, and sits on several governing boards. He's the executive director, or executive director depending on where you first had contact with English, at Parapet Cleaning Services, managing director, Quiles Care Limited, or Kyles, depending on how you know these things. He's managing director at T-Man Estates, a Rotarian for the last 25 years at the Rotary Club of Muyenga, and served in different capacities in the club, including being a president, and beyond the club has served as an assistant governor, district treasurer, district youth Service Chair, District TRF. And he does carry an experience and knowledge in a vast number of fields. He is recognized as the most outstanding Rotarian of the RSC Rotary Club of Mienga at the Silver Jubilee celebrations of, that's 25 years, and the best district governor in the Zone Africa in 2017 and 2018, and that is D9211 as the best district appointed in September 2022. He's a man of greens and notes, and he is our next speaker. Give Rotarian Kenneth Mugisha, popularly known as Ken, a big hand clap. I had intended to give him 7 minutes, but being a Rotarian, I'll upgrade him to 10 minutes and 3 seconds.
Thank you very much, Kasumba. Protocol was recognized, and I appreciate all the leaders who gave us an opportunity to come and join you to celebrate. People have done a lot for our economy. I'm here to speak about the company I started when we never expected to have this pandemic of COVID. And when we just started building our factory in Buate, dealing in the production of shea butter products and other beauty products, COVID never stopped us, and the factory is working and functional. Thank you so much. We get our shea nuts from northern Uganda and eastern Uganda, and mainly in areas like Kitgum, Gulu, Amuria, Moyo, and other areas, and we have over 1,000 communities, 1,500, whom we have mobilized to make sure that we protect the shea trees, because those areas where we have the shea trees are areas where there's the highest concentration of poverty in Uganda. And therefore, because of poverty, since the harvest is done once a year, we see many of the communities, after selling the nuts, they look at manufacturing or producing charcoal to earn a living. And it's because of that that we mobilize over the 1,500 groups. And one of the things we have done so far, we've been training them and funding them so that they protect the trees and they have beehives using those trees as a way of protecting us from constant supply of the shea nuts. We haven't stopped there as Cows Care Limited. We have given all the 1,500 communities bursaries to educate their children. And that is the only way we believe we are going to protect the shea nuts. Unfortunately, because our nuts are the best, or our shea nuts are the best in the world, we have received a lot of attention from foreigners who we believe are a threat to our businesses, having invested as being as local investors. And in that, I appreciate Honorable Amelia Chambade. She's our vision bearer, because when she started promoting Bubu, going on TV fighting for Ugandans, I said, I think now I can become industry even if I'm an accountant, to make sure using my Rotary life and journey they have talked about, because I moved all over Uganda as a governor, and indeed today I'm in charge in Africa. And I saw the poverty. I could see the women who could see their children stay at home. I said I must do something. And that is why I thought of manufacturing and adding value as a way of empowering our local people. I listened attentively to the PS and my dear friend, and I said I can see a future and survival of our businesses we have so many challenges. We can't be spending that money, and we're one of the factories, and we call ourselves COVID factories. Not because we had COVID, but because COVID affected us. But when we are coming from such a situation, here we are seeing the war in Ukraine, that even the products which we have to use as imported materials, the prices are going up every day. My question to the minister, who has been a manufacturer like what I am today, he knows and realizes the challenges we go through. We have nowhere to run to. We have to run to you for this support. Recently, many of you listening in, you saw the increase in the banking rate, the lending banking rate. Now, just imagine the business I do. Our biggest clients are the supermarkets. And these supermarkets and others, they take your goods on credit and they take 4 months to pay. And you have nothing to do because they are the ones who are non-avenue, the easiest avenue to your products. But I'm so happy that I can tell Stuart here, if he can stand up for recognition from roofings. You see, he looks good because he uses our shea butter products. And I can see so many people here who have supported our business thrive. Now, when we talk about promoting Bubu, we need all your support. Those women we can talk about in northern Uganda and eastern Uganda, the ones we have helped to educate their children and to offer better health care to their families, how will it feel if our businesses are not supported like mine? This one gives us a platform to share our experiences because many of you know the value of shea butter products. People who have skins which are very delicate and they use our products, their lives have not been the same again. We are manufacturing lotions in shea butter, creams in shea butter, pure shea butter, scented shea butter, and online we are bringing lip balm and we're bringing in oils from shea butter and many others. We have diversified even to other products, including shower gels, shampoos, hair products, and we believe by doing that, because we believe in quality. When you look at me, I think you see quality. And why am I talking about quality? Because we must be competitive to markets beyond Uganda. So if you look at the branding of our products outside, you realize that quality is the only driver which is going to move us to another level. We shouldn't compromise on quality in everything we do. Products from Tai Organics and Kyle's Care Limited signify quality and the future in competitiveness in business in Uganda and the entire African continent, because our mission and vision is to become the biggest in Africa. And we believe with your support, we are going to go there. Thank you very much, and I wish you the best.
We have come to the very end of the event, but just the one, and that is the panel discussion. So I want to constitute our panel so that we have the conversation that we are meant to have. I just want to, I think that the Senior Presidential Advisor on Industry will be the best person to tell us about the quality of your products. she has been in the business of quality for a very long time. So when I see Madame Amelia Chambade using a product, I know it can be used. There are things you see from certain people, then you know you don't question. Anything she uses is fit for human consumption. So if she uses your products, you can pay her for the advertising. Her mention, I can tell you, is believed by a lot of women and a lot of men. First on the panel will be the permanent secretary. She will be on the panel here. And the panelists are going to be up here. And they will also include a representation from the Uganda Manufacturers Association, there will be some changes as well. We also do have representation from the Ministry of Health and as well the country director for the Global Green Growth Institute, and as well we'll have representation from the Center for Disease Control on the panel. So persons that I've mentioned out there will be the persons on the panel. Mine will be to ask probing questions in the hope that they are probing. So I think that the minister, the commissioner is what I meant. What's the time? It's about half midday, and I think I don't remember having breakfast, so my memory lapses are just about setting in. But I will remember what I need to remember. So the commissioner will represent the permanent secretary on the panel, and I think once the commissioner comes, the rest will follow him. I think it is just that people have developed cold feet. Perhaps they need Dutch courage. Do we have anybody Dutch? Absolutely. I like the Dutch, if for no other reason, for how open-minded they are. So let's walk ourselves through these. I hope everybody is next to a mic in a comfortable position. Good. And we'll walk our way from that end to be sure that the mics are working. There's a little button, once you press it. Did it go red? That's not working, is it?
Hello?
Okay, yours is working. My lady, is yours working at all?
It's working. They're both.
Oh, they're both working. Okay.
Yeah, even this one is working.
Okay.
Hello? Working.
Oh, okay. Right. So I do have a very long introduction here, but I'd like to each one of you to give me an abridged introduction of yourself so that we kick off. Mine will be rather too long, and I don't want to wander into that. We'll begin with you, madam.
Sure. Good morning, actually good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Dr. Lisa Nelson. I'm the country director for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, and we're a U.S. government public health agency.
Fantastic.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Dagmar Swebe. I'm the country representative for the Global Green Growth Institute, or GGGI.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm called Dennis Ainebiona. I am the Acting Commissioner, Industry and Technology. But on this platform now I'm standing in for my permanent secretary.
Okay. You said you're called Dennis. Dennis Ainebiona.
Actually, I have to be called Ainebiona.
That's what you're called. But who are you? There's a big difference between what you're called and who you are. You can be called Chameleon, but you're Joseph Mayanja. So who are you? We are looking for who you are, not what you're called.
Yes, Dennis is an industrial chemist.
Okay.
Dennis is a lover of industry. Dennis is a lover of networking with people.
Okay.
I love nature. And more so, I love people who put me on earth.
So you're Dennis Ainebiona.
Exactly.
Fantastic. Sorted.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Richard Mubiru. I am a board member at Uganda Manufacturers Association, and I stand in for the chair of WUMA, who is unable to be here, but substantively, I'm a group director at Pickfair Group.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Laro Charles, I'm the director in charge of curative services in the Ministry of Health. Also stepping in for my permanent secretary who is not around.
All right. Dennis, we'll begin with you. How is the African Continental Free Trade Area expected and able to contribute to industrialization and poverty reduction in Uganda? A, B, as the permanent secretary, Incarnate, if I may, for the ministry responsible for trade and industry, what are your insights on key policy measures Uganda is taking to promote industrialization and regional trade? 25 marks.
Thank you so much, Director of Programs. First of all, I'm so much excited to have all of you here today. The Africa Industrialization Day, it's a joyous day and a very important day for the industry sector. So back to your question, Director of Programs, what do we expect from the FCTA, the Africa Free Continental Free Trade Area, in terms of supporting or promoting industrialization and reducing poverty? First of all, we look at industrialization as a key strategy for Africa to get out of poverty, to address a lot of bottlenecks we have faced for years. Some of them which I will not mention here, but which have been a result of probably the way a lot of people who came into Africa have treated us. Africa, the free trade area, the FCTA, Director of Programs and colleagues who are here and the ministers, it gives us a very, very, very huge market. We are looking at Africa trading with Africa. We are looking at people in Africa getting opportunities that they are going to seek out of Africa, within Africa. This is the market we are looking at the moment for the size of close to 2.5 trillion. I would like also to share with this meeting that the global trade at the moment is estimated at close to 20 trillion. But if you look at what Africa is getting out of that, you would wish to cry. It's less than 3%. If you go further and see what African countries are trading with each other, it is again far below what other economic blocs in the world are behaving. So we are trying to, through our leaderships, the presidents, the ministers, to put up all the frameworks to ensure that we'll be able to trade together and be able to tap into that huge market. What are we doing as a ministry?
The key policy directions that are being taken, yes.
First of all, I would say that government, and most especially our ministry, was very, very, very key in the negotiations of that framework for the FCTA. And I really want to thank the President and the Cabinet and the ministers and the PSs. We as a government, at the moment, we've reviewed our industrial policy that gives us a framework promote industrialization in this country, because we are not going to sit there. We are not going to be there and watch. We are opening up for other countries, and when we are not also able to trade. So we are looking at increasing productivity, and not productivity of only agricultural products. We want to add value. We want to replace the imports that we've been getting from the rest of the world to Africa. And through this, our industrialization policy that was approved by Cabinet in 2020 clearly gives that framework to increase the manufacturing value added. In other words, to reduce on the export of commodities.
Okay.
That policy is very clear. We are even going forward to strengthen some of the infrastructure that has been put in place. A lot of speakers and have already said this. Our approach is to have organized manufacturing, and this is to be done through industrial parks. And on that progress, we are progressing very well, to the extent now that we are even attracting private sector to invest in the development of industrial parks. Government is giving incentives, government is offering land, and soon the ministry is going even to be issuing out guidelines on how these parks should be developed to ensure that we are meeting the international best practices.
Okay. When you speak of soon, those of us who are Christians who have been waiting for soon for the last 2,000 years are worried. In soon, are you talking weeks? Are you talking hours? Are you talking months or years? What's your understanding as the Ministry of Soon?
Director of the programs, it's ready.
Okay.
It's almost ready.
Okay. And I'm surprised you've spoken and haven't spoken about recapitalization of a very important facility as far as industrialization is concerned. Was that in part B to come?
Yes, and I want to really thank my ministers and the PS. This is one of the things they took up when they came to the sector, and they have already discussed. We presented a memorandum to Cabinet. Cabinet approved it. The capitalization to UDC is going to be increased from 5 billion to 5 trillion. And what does that one mean? We are going to be able to provide equity. We are going to support a lot of enterprises to be able to have at least affordable financing.
Okay. Thank you very much. You certainly have done very well. I'll let you know what the grading system is giving here. But for now, I can tell you that you're doing quite fine. And going over to the Global Green Growth Institute, we're talking climate change. And the question I'm asking here is, to what extent, if any, has climate change affected Uganda's interest in industrialization, and how has the institute for which you represent helped the country or supported us in adapting to the impacts of climate change?
Thank you so much. I also want to say and express my gratitude to the ministry for inviting us back to the as a participant and a partner in the event that is hosted today. It's been my second time, and I'm very pleased to contribute again. I also want to actually compliment the MC of today, because I have to be honest, you have been extremely entertaining. And you're keeping us sharp and awake. So I just want to say that before we go into the serious stuff of the day. Yes, GGGI, or the Global Green Growth Institute, focuses on matters related to climate change, but green is more than just climate change. I'll get back to that in a minute. When it comes to climate change and the effects on Uganda's industrialization, I think it's very important to differentiate between adaptation and mitigation. Adaptation means that Uganda as a country and its industries need to adapt to the effects of climate change. You can think of more frequent or more strong floods over time. You can think of storms that Uganda didn't used to have. You can think of droughts, times of no rain, for example. Your industries need to be ready to deal with these effects. And I think this year's floods in Mbale is a very good example in which the Mbale Industrial Zone was basically underwater. What I've seen from the pictures and the news outlets. Yes, we need to make sure that any industrial efforts in Uganda are ready to cope with these weather situations that are an effect of climate change. On the mitigation side, the world, we just had the COP27. I don't want to go into too much detail, but I think we all agree that we need to limit the greenhouse gas emissions as a world. And Uganda is very lucky. They are one of the countries that are emitting very little at the moment. But it doesn't mean we, Uganda, I feel a little bit a part of you now, but it does mean that we should try and stay on this low carbon path as a country and head in a low carbon direction when it comes to industrialization. There's a lot of lessons learned in the industrial sector from the developed countries that can be immediately taken up in Uganda to reduce the emissions in the future. So the mitigation side of climate change is very important for Uganda. And energy is always a very easy example for both adaptation and mitigation. On the adaptation side, we need energy to run the industrial parks. We need energy to run basically any business in Uganda. On the adaptation side, as soon, even where I live in Bugolobi, which has relatively stable power, but as soon as it rains heavily, my power goes. I'm sure you all experience this also on a day-to-day basis. When I'm in industry, every time my power goes, it costs me money. Why would I want to invest in a location where I'm not secured of stable electricity, for example? So on the adaptation side, we need to make sure there's stable access to energy, and renewable energy is a very good solution, and it's at times now even more affordable than the traditional energy solutions. On the mitigation side, again, renewable energy is a very affordable solution to expand the grid and expand access to electricity into other areas and new industrial zones. We need to think about other solutions like renewables to avoid more emissions in the future. I have a lot more, but let me stop here.
I can tell your passion in renewable energy. So do you think that we're getting the balance of adaptation and mitigation right as a country? And from where you see it, are we on the right path?
That is a good question, actually.
Try, if you may, to be as honest and as candid as you can. I doubt you'll embarrass anybody.
It's okay, it's okay. And again, I'm a Dutch person. We are very, very straightforward.
Just be Dutch.
This morning, I was actually posting something like this on Twitter because somebody asked the same question, a colleague from MPA on Twitter, and I said there is not one right way. So that's my answer. Partly, there's not one way to do it. What might work in my country, the Netherlands, will not work in Uganda. So we need to figure out together what is the right way for Uganda, and we need to figure that out. But as a country that is so dependent on agriculture, and a lot of the focus is going on agro-industrialization, the adaptation element could get more attention. Because your farmers and climate variations in the future will have a very heavy effect on your farmers. So I think on the mitigation side, especially with Uganda having 85% hydropower, you're actually doing really well. When I'll limit myself to industrialization. When it comes to industrialization, I think now when you are developing the industrial parks, when you are developing your industry sector, there's a lot of room to do it right from the beginning. And part of your question also was, okay, so what does GGI do in this space in Uganda? We've been working with Commissioner and the team of the ministry on the master plan for industrialization for Uganda, trying to work on more entry points to do this in a low carbon and inclusive way. We've also been working on the guidelines for greening the expansion of industrial parks in Uganda that will be launched by the ministry very soon. before the end of the year. There's various monitoring tools so we can better monitor industries and how they are committed to green and inclusive, like, for example, an industry database for Uganda, which was launched at this event 1 year ago. So yes, GGI, it's demand driven, so where the ministry asks us to support, we are very happy to support.
Thank you very much, Dagmar. I'd like to switch conversations here and bring in the Ugandan Manufacturers Association. And I do know that some of the manufacturers, not all, but you are the organization here. And the question I'm asking is, to what extent, and if you may, how are you manufacturers preparing yourselves to benefit from the market opportunity being created by the African Continental Free Trade Area? Or are you, in a sense, set up and thinking Uganda and the rest will look after the rest?
Thank you, moderator. First is to say that we are grateful that we are part of this discussion organized by our line ministry. And I think I want to request that we extend a round of applause to the Ministry of Trade and Industry for the organization. Back to your question, how prepared are we for purposes of seizing the opportunity at the continent? I'll begin by giving context. Uganda's problem has never been lack of what to export. And I can tell you with statistics, because on average, our production capacities at an industrial level stagger around 60 to 65%, meaning that at full employment, even without investing any new monies, we have excess capacity to offload. What has been challenging us actually has been the distortions that we have for the external trade. But in terms of how we are configuring ourselves to be ready for the export market, one is that we have partnered in a very special way with the Ugandan National Bureau of Standards. We have signed a memorandum of understanding, bringing together especially SMEs that have challenges when it comes to affording services and have challenges in understanding what actually the future holds. We know for a fact that international trade is defined by quality, nothing else. And in that perspective, we are doing great with the Ugandan National Bureau of Standards in terms of preparing SMEs, or call them farms, for acceptable manufacturing practices and certification, which is a gateway into the export trade. The second thing that we thought that was very important and critical was ensuring that actually you organize better, because much of the challenges that we have seen that fail farms are nothing but internal to farms, because export trade means capacity to sustain what you start to export. And sharing experiences that we have had at entity level where I come from is that buyers do not want to listen to any excuses. Once you say that I will be delivering 10,000 t-shirts on a weekly basis in Cameroon, you must sustain that capacity.
Do we as Ugandans who have excuses for not going to work that it rained? You know, it rained is a very, very legitimate excuse here for not working. Didn't you see the rain? I lost a relative. That's also another big, big excuse in this country for not working. Now, if you are producing in a country where people understand that you shouldn't work because you lost a relative, exporting to a country where people work even when they lost relatives, how are we meeting halfway? Isn't there a place for mindset shift, if not change?
Incidentally, one of the things that are funded under the parish development model is mindset change. We have seized the opportunity because it is a fact that actually we have cultural practices that really pull us down when it comes to that degree of competitiveness. And we're addressing that through, of course, bringing members together under WUMA for sensitization, working together with the Export Promotion Board, because these clinics are a reality and they're working great. And I want to give hope, because we live on hope where I sit.
Okay.
The hope is that the reality is that Ugandans are able to export. And I can tell you, where we are defining capacity to export, especially to seize the African market opportunity, is when you export beyond, especially ESC.
Okay.
And where we sit, well, we are increasingly seeing that we are getting deals into Western Africa. This was never the case, and into Northern Africa. So really, the story can only get better. And of course, with government now bringing on board money under the UDB, as we have had, this is going to be a major enabler. The other discussion that we have had with government is in the direction of de-risking exports. Look at Africa. Much of the natural export destinations for Uganda are volatile. Talk about DR Congo, Central African Republic, Somalia, etc. What have we done with government to de-risk exports is actually to come up with an export guarantee insurance arrangement. This is work in progress, and we have confirmation that it should be up and running by the 1st of January 2023. And for us, we think it is going to be the game changer.
Okay. And couldn't it be that these risky places are places of our exports because we are generally brave people, and once they stop being risky, those who are not as brave as ourselves will come and occupy them and push us out?
Far from that perspective, because if you had looked at DR Congo, for example, we share the longest border with it as compared to any other competitor at the level of exportation.
Okay.
Now, it makes a lot of sense because we have looked at the kind of imports they do. And I will share this, you will not even believe it. We have information that they import from as basic as tomatoes from Europe.
In DR Congo.
In DR Congo. The story is not any different for Nigeria. So there are great opportunities, actually, when we talk about the Continental Free Trade Area, that there is for manufacturing, but also
for manufacturing of tomatoes?
No, there is value addition on tomatoes that can be done to give them actually a longer shelf life. And this is the conversation we're having, because if you looked at the NDP3, it speaks to agro-manufacturing. And that is where Uganda will always have a natural competitive advantage.
Thank you.
We're seizing that opportunity, and we think that we'll be there.
Okay, thank you, Bunch. We'll come to the Ministry of Health, and yours is really on the benefits of accreditation to Uganda's healthcare system, and how many laboratories here in the Pearl of Africa, Uganda, provide credible testing services. And if I could also add, what is the future plan for accreditation in Uganda's healthcare sector?
Thank you, moderator, for the question. For those who were here when the Honorable Minister was making her speech, actually most of this what you have asked, actually, she highlighted them, the benefits of accreditation. But allow me to just recap. So, and I will begin from a scenario of when a patient presents to a facility, definitely the doctor will take the history, will examine, and then will order a number of tests, which will come either to confirm what he sought, or probably will give him something else. So almost 70% of the critical clinical decisions are made from the laboratory. So that's why we should be able to get the results which are trusted and they can be able to confirm. So if a person, for example, like with a fever, with body weakness, it could be a possibility, it could be 101 causes. It can be malaria, can be pneumonia, can be TB. And now if it's from Mubende, you are thinking of even of Ebola or something else. And it's only the lab which can be able to tell you the correct results and be able. So when you get the results, then, and that's why we're emphasizing accreditation, they produce very accurate tests which you can be able to trust. And if you get the trust, then you get the correct diagnosis. And then you will be able to give the accurate treatment, and this will be able to cure the patient. Because if the diagnosis is wrong, most likely you will definitely give a wrong diagnosis. And then what will happen here, it will escalate the costs. Because if a diagnosis is wrong, then the costs are higher, because at certain point in time, you'll have to change treatment. The other aspect is that if you are given now made the correct diagnosis and correct treatment, then you stay less, the number of days, what we think that average length of stay, you stay few days and you are able to get out of the facility. And even if it's in a private facility, you will definitely be able to pay less for the treatment. The other aspect is that the majority of the population, they are participating in production. And any time which they spend is a missed opportunity cost. So the cost of treatment, in most cases, not the cost which they meet for the treatment, the cost which they forego because of what they would have earned from what. And that's the relation which I wanted to end, that if population is healthy, then they can be able to contribute economically. They can be able to do. So as a ministry, we're looking at that accreditation is key. The accreditation definitely will go beyond just laboratories, because you very well know that Parliament passed the organ transplant bill. So facilities to offer organ transplant will have to undergo accreditations. Even when insurance comes, definitely you still have to go under accreditation. But currently, we have over 53 laboratories accredited in the country. You saw some of them getting awards. You have seen Kiriandongo, you have seen Atuturi. So they are across the country. They are not only in Kampala.
Absolutely.
So the other aspect is that definitely we would want all laboratories to be accredited in the country, but we plan that over time, you want that about 108 of them. We think that probably by the end of the National Development Plan, which is free, we should have had probably over 180 of them accredited. So that when you get the results, then you'll be able to trust the results instead of you going to another lab to do what? To test.
And on that is where I want to ask, of course, cognizant of the fact that ours is a nation where it is very common to go to any facility and you're trying to purchase something and they will show you original and duplicate, and they are all side by side being sold, irrespective of UNBS. So the question I'm asking, even coming from that context, is there a danger for the accredited and the unaccredited laboratories existing side by side in the same space?
It's a process, definitely. As you like, even an industry, for it to be accredited, it has to be operated. And during the process of accreditation, then you go and look at what are the non-conformities. What are those things which are not there, which should actually be there? So there's an assessment tool which you will be able to do it. So they will coexist for some period of time, but after a certain point in time, we'll look at that, we'll ask the regulator that if you do not have accreditation, then you are not a lab worth doing what? So with the time, definitely you will be able to mop up that all the labs which will be able to work, or any other institution, should have undergone accreditation. So one of the things, in addition to certificate probably for the trading income tax which you are paying, you have to show your certificate of accreditation. That's the plan we have.
Okay. Was that it? Was that it?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I'll come to you, Lisa. You are next. Last but by not any means least, the Center for Disease Control has provided good support, in the opinion of many, for accreditation services in the country, particularly within the health sector. How do you plan to expand these services in terms of supporting quality products under the industrialization program? 15 marks.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone, and distinguished guests. And I think Dr. Alaro and I, who's a dear friend, are a bit different than many of the other panelists, but we're really happy to be here, particularly since the theme of this really is accreditation. And as I said in my introduction, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is a public health agency. One of the things we focus on is what we call the core four, which we feel are essential for disease prevention, detection, and response. So that is laboratory systems, that is a trained workforce, that is data systems, and that is emergency operations. And I think we can see with the ongoing Ebola outbreak that was mentioned this morning, how all of those things are essential to the Ebola response in Uganda. And I do really want to acknowledge the strong work of Ministry of Health in bringing that outbreak under control. I think that to your question, and I think then when we turn to laboratories, I will say that many years ago when I was working in Mozambique, I would visit labs. And when I go out to visit sites, I always try to visit the lab. And it was very depressing because you'd visit a lab and you'd see these, what I would call equipment graveyards. You know, one donor had given the machine, but there's no reagents. Another donor had given a different machine, but nobody knew how to operate it. And many times these machines were never actually plugged in and used. And I think that really since about 2008, there was the Maputo Declaration, there was a recognition that for laboratory systems, we needed to invest in a standard way. So together with the World Health Organization, the US government, and really led by CDC, had a process of strengthening laboratory management towards accreditation, SLAMPTA, as well as SLIPTA, and I see the colleagues from the National Lab here. And this has really transformed the way that we strengthen laboratory systems. And now when I go to labs, Dr. Alaro said there are 53 that are accredited, but I'll tell you, you can go to any lab in Uganda and they'll tell you what star they are, because they are working towards having the right staffing, having the right laboratory information systems, having the right waste management systems, having the right reagents to do the appropriate tests. And I will tell you, I did visit Chirandongo a number of years ago because they were the first lab in all of Uganda to get international accreditation, outside of some of the research labs. And I hope I'm correct about that. I think I am. I'm looking at Dr. Susan. But the point is that I was wondering why this particular lab. And when I went there, it was very apparent that the team there was nothing special about the lab itself, but the team was so highly motivated. They call themselves Team No Sleep. And in fact, I was there after they had already been accredited for about a year, but they were really motivated to maintain that accreditation, which is not easy when the health sector is underfunded, when there are lots of competing priorities. And they were so motivated that, in fact, the hospital leadership found the resources to procure the reagents to maintain the accreditation. So I do want to just build a little bit on what Dr. Alaro said about the benefits of accreditation. It really is about having quality lab tests that you can trust. We know that when clinicians don't trust the lab results, they'll order more tests or they'll treat the patient anyways, even if the test is negative. So you add to the cost of that. You also lose confidence in the system when you can't trust those results. And he also talked about efficiencies and cost savings, not only for the patients and the health systems, but also as a development partner. We like to see the money go to good use, and it's very disappointing when we go and see that these systems are so difficult to maintain. But I also want to say we use these systems for disease surveillance, not only for patient care. how do we detect that we're having an Ebola outbreak or a cholera outbreak or any number of other things that Uganda has been threatened with. And of course, for pandemics and for innovation, I think having strong laboratory systems and having the accreditation is so important. But the last thing I want to highlight is really about ownership, because at the end of the day, that team in Chiriondongo and every lab that has been accredited through this rigorous process, they take incredible pride in that, and it's their success. And there's a high motivation to continue those high standards. So I do want to come back to your question, which is how do we expand this? I will say again, as CDC is, not a private industry, we're a public health agency. We are looking to continue to support the ministry to expand its accreditation, not only for labs, but in other ways. And we've talked about, for example, equipment calibration. There's other parts of the health system that we support, and accreditation of other parts, perhaps medical products, et cetera, that Uganda needs to look at.
Thank you, bunch, Lisa. Now, often at events like this, I do expand the bulwark of my pronunciation. So I said laboratories, but you had a better pronunciation, and I want you to repeat it, so I adopt it.
The laboratory? Did I say laboratory?
No, I said laboratories, but I think yours is I beg your pardon?
Laboratories.
Laboratories, I think I like that. So we, in my mother tongue, they say, okutambula kulaba, okudda kunyumya, meaning that when you travel, you see. When you go back, you tell the tales. So I will tell my 3 daughters that I have the latest pronunciation of that facility where testing is done. So we will have our concluding remarks from going by the order that we began with. And in terms of conclusions, we will, I think, have a conclusion, albeit without Dutch courage. Dagmar, you want to go first? Your concluding remarks.
Sorry for stealing your spot.
Okay. Or did I lose my order? Oh, so you will, yes, I think we'll still carry the order. Commissioner, you will begin.
Okay. Thank you. I can see you are getting into diving deep into the afternoon.
Okay. You want to take me on?
Thank you so much for the job well done. And my parting shot for this event is further re-echo that this is the time for Africa and Uganda to push for industrialization. We have no way out to take it, because when we look at our employment level, our level of education, we have a lot of people are unemployed, educated, and it is only through manufacturing that we hope to really be able to take this labor and be able to improve on the livelihoods of the people. As a ministry, we commit to further review the policies to ensure that we have a conducive environment, to coordinate and work with other partners within the government, within the private sector, and also the development partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mobiru.
Thank you very much. My parting shot is in the direction of coordination. Coordination by the Ministry of Trade and Industry for purposes of ensuring that actually the theme is not lost today. We see the deepening of collaborations with agencies like the Uganda National Bureau of Standards to prepare entities for export. As a matter of fact, looking at numbers, our export receipts were in the region of $6 billion against imports at 10 billion. The potential we seem to see from the continent points to the fact that we can be there. We can do more than $10 billion of export receipts, but we need to work together much more deeply and cohesively. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. And Doc, you want to go?
Yeah. Even without accreditation, sub-labs will provide credible results. But with accreditation, it means that all of them will put processes and which will ensure that all their results are credible and ensure there is quality. I think the key word is really that the results should be quality. And that's why people will definitely come and also will be part of our competitiveness being a tourist, this medical tourist destination because of laboratory which are accredited.
Thank you, Banch. Lisa, because you spoke immediately last, and then we will finish with Dagmar.
Sure, thank you very much. And the colleague talked about climate change, and I will say that Uganda is uniquely at risk given its environment to a lot of infectious diseases, as we know, including vector-borne diseases. And so I think this need for having high-quality laboratories is here to stay, as Dr. Alaro has said, and is important. I think, as I've talked about, these investments really help Uganda to have sustainable systems that contribute to a healthy population. And the accreditation process really helps with that sense of ownership, that the results are credible, and that the laboratory staff and Ministry of Health, with whom we have an excellent partnership, take pride in those results.
Thank you, Banch. And finally?
My parting words are including the very important word of money, or show me the money, as Jerry Maguire says in the movie so many times, show me the money. I think it's very important, we briefly touch upon investments and the need for investments. For Uganda to move in a direction, as the Commissioner said, I agree completely with everything he said. Industrialization is the way forward, as expressed in the Vision 2040, in the NDP 3 and in the NDP 2. But we also need to make sure that we attract more money to move in that direction. And GGI, among others, is also committed to support acceleration of investment in industrial zones, is something we specifically work on, but also to attract more, for example, foreign investors. But the way we do this and the way we develop industrialization in Uganda and in any country, I think it's important not to only focus on climate change, but also talk about inclusiveness and green jobs, not just jobs, but jobs with decent pay, decent work environment. We need to think about air pollution, and not creating challenges in Uganda that other countries, for example, all the capitals in China are dealing with high levels of air pollution, and then it becomes a threat for us to live in. We need to avoid this, and we need to make sure that our natural resources, for example, the wetlands in Uganda, are staying in place and are even restored, so that as we grow our industrialization efforts, we are not creating an environment in which our children, and you keep on speaking about your children, our children, they need to have the same opportunities that we have and that we have been having, and that's what we call green.
Okay. I keep speaking about children because in some parts of the world, men forget they have kids. So they go on to have more, and then they forget they have kids and they have more. By the time they remember, they have about, more than they should have had in the first place. So I keep reminding myself that I have children so that I don't have more, even when, I think I can't have any more, yes, because I had a vasectomy. So technically I can't have more. But the most interesting thing is, let me tell that story. When I went to have my vasectomy after my last daughter, and no sons and no apologies, I checked into the facility, and so I drive in, and then they asked me what I wanted. I said, I'm here to have a vasectomy. And she goes, say, yeah, that's exactly what I want. And there's a gentleman who came in, and he generally speaking, obviously looked like his finances are not where they ought to be. Now, his problem was that his wife, this second one, is not fertile enough. So he had come into this facility to be helped because they want to have another child. Now the two worlds were so different, and the person who conducted the business told me that the challenge was people driving to have a vasectomy with their second or first child, and people coming to enhance the facility of their third wife who are on foot and are probably wearing torn clothes. That's the challenge of this nation, is that the people feeding the population are not the ones who should. So you wonder whether we are multiplying poverty at that level or multiplying wealth. I'm not talking about babies because we are talking industrialization. It was just another story. The linkages are in your head, not mine. It is 1:20. Our plan was to finish at about this time. And I'd like to relieve the panel of their seats, if they may. But before the next program, I would like to ask, is there anybody in this room who, for whatever reason, known or unknown to them, has not understood everything presented here? If that person is there, put up your hand. We'll give you the opportunity to ask a question. If for whatever reason, whether absent-minded or anything else, you did not understand what was said, please put up your hand so that you can ask. Have I intimidated you? Now, given the fact that everybody understood, or that if they didn't, they plan to ask the persons during the networking session, I would like to request you to allow me to invite the Honorable, I think I can also say Minister Emeritus, the mother of a meticulous approach to many things in this country. She will be the one to close the function. The president doesn't ask many people to advise him, but when he asks you to advise him on industry, then you are somebody of note. I take the privilege, as a father of 3 girls, to want to invite, in my house is a very strange place. There are 8 people and 1 man. So we never vote on anything because the ground is not level. Whatever they say, I accept. The problem is I also pay. So I have learned a lot of things, braiding and unbraiding hair, and many other things. So in many ways, I think like a woman and wear like a man. Somehow I still find the bathrooms for men. So the Honorable Ameria Chambade, you will bring this to a close. And I do know that there has been a lot of benefit here. I'll take it upon myself as somebody in the media to send the word further down the line. And I do know that colleagues of mine in the media also will do that. We are a nation on wheels. I see a representation from the Uganda Prison Service. They are also into industrialization. I like the way you do business in Uganda Prison Service. I have noted that in Kororo, each time there is a parade, I have never seen any instance where an officer of the Uganda Prison Service lost his headdress in the Goose March. So I have been noticing which organizations have the ones falling. I won't mention them. But what I noted, and I'm into appreciating is the way you do things, whether it's your furniture or the way you dress the people at the parade, men and women, is a testament to a meticulous approach to issues. I don't know whether it is deliberate or by accident, but at least we see it. And for that, I'd like the Ugandan Prison Service to get a big hand clap. I think it's a very good job that you're doing down there. So the Honorable, when she is ready, I will let you know in a few. For now, because of some technicality, I would like to ask the DJ to give us some sweet music. On another occasion, I would have been the one singing, but I'm not in the mood. So give us a piece of music. I want to consult my paymaster before I make a mistake that will be very dear to my financial interests. We are just about ready. Fortunately, or unfortunately for some, the dignitary closing has requested that I sing. And I don't want to upset that request. So if you will allow me a few seconds to prepare the soundtrack, or should we have the dignitary speaking by the time she's done, I will wrap this up. So ladies and gentlemen, those of you who have hands that are not on loan and are willing to clap them before they are taken away from you, please put them together for the Honorable Amelia Chambade.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Honorable Minister of State for Industry, the PS, representatives from different organizations, or CEOs of different companies. Well, this has taken me by surprise, but I'll just say a few words. I'm Amelia Chambade, as they introduced me, and I'm the SPA for Industry, but I'm also a member of the board of Fresh Handling and others. Well, I'll just say a few things. First of all, we're here to celebrate African Industrialization Day. And indeed, as we celebrate, we realize that industry has definitely made a leap in our economy, not only in Uganda, but also in Africa. There are a number of achievements that we have registered as government. First of all, the infrastructure development is something that we don't talk about, but it's an achievement. Because now that we have aviation, the aviation industry has grown. There are a number of planes that were not here about 5 years ago. We have roads, a number of roads have grown, the industries have. They've talked about all these things. Energy, there's growth, and all these sectors. But what I would like to emphasize is the fact that we have agencies that are supporting entrepreneurship. For example, UNBS, URSP, and all those are powerful agencies. We have powerful policies. We have talked about Bobo. Bobo is one of the powerful policies that we have had in our economy. And you can see that we are already benefiting from it. And what is important also is the fact that Ugandans are renowned as the best entrepreneurs in Africa. And we're celebrating that today as well. My role was to close this meeting, but not to make a speech, because all the speeches have been made. So I want to thank you, to use this opportunity to thank you for attending this forum. I want to thank the Ministry of Trade, Industry, especially the ministers, the PS, the commissioners, for having followed up on all the policies that we made during that time. But now our role is to popularize the National Industrial Policy. Because as much as we are talking about it, not many people know much about it. So let's popularize it, because it will help us to improve on the value addition. I want to thank Professor Kwesiga for that powerful project. Everybody should take an opportunity to visit it in Namamvu. Because I visited it and I realized that that is the way to go. Because he has equipment that actually manufacture equipment for our industries. We might find that we won't be able, we don't need to import you don't have to import other equipment from other countries. So I thank you so much for listening, for giving me this opportunity to speak. Our offices are on Kingdom, Kampala, 4th floor. We have been supporting or guiding some of the industries. The president gave us a mandate to work with the Minister of State for Industry, though he's been a bit busy, but to ensure that we try to establish the challenges that the industries have. I've already met the cement manufacturers, and we are going to meet different industries. We communicate with him, he responds, and sometimes he gives us instructions on what to do. I thank you so much for coming, and I'll declare, do I declare the meeting closed? And I'll declare the meeting closed. Thank you for listening to me.
The meeting is closed. Do we perchance have that soundtrack? We are due for lunch, and unfortunately, the soundtrack has played games. And until another occasion, unfortunately not for this one, we will have the song. So Please proceed to lunch. I am very sure I will see you again at the earliest opportunity. It's been a pleasure. Lunch is in the lobby. The lobby is where the lobby is. Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you go for your lunch, we request the Ministry of Health people, the people from the districts, to remain behind for a minute or two for some announcements.